pre-qualifying show kicking off at 2:30 local into your GP qualifying at 3. Stick around for the post-race show, post-qualifying show rather, and then on Sunday. Going to be another exciting edition of the race here at Interlagos. All right, guys. Tight qualifying session here this afternoon. Let's take a quick look at the schedule so you can get everything is happening today and into tomorrow. We have a pre-qualifying show kicking off at 2:30 local into your GP qualifying at 3. Stick around for the post-qualifying show rather, and then on Sunday. We can only assume it's going to be another exciting edition of the race here at Interlagos. All right, guys, we have the sprint in the books, GP qualifying coming up. What are your thoughts on today already and what's coming up this afternoon?
Oscar needs to try and gather himself and save it. I was surprised with their pace. And Lando will be having a very happy match.
Imagine he will be having that, but not too happy. They're always stressed in between the sessions, aren't they? I mean, you can be happy for about 10 minutes.
We've never had it yet. It qualified as a race or a sprint and then it qualified on the same day. It's very difficult. sixes. Pretty easy points there at the end. And then turn it back on to the driver and converting it every 1,000 out of the car to get pole position. So he is a cool customer generally. I would say also, but he's got to have that mental reset now. The car will be repaired, I'm sure. He's got to have the mental reset to think, forget it now. I need to get back to Mexico 2023 to Italy this year. He's had no DNFs. That was 54 races, including the sprint. And in the last 6 races, Oscar's had 3 DNFs. So, what's happening then? You know, it's something car reliability is not just maybe the pressure, just eating up because he knows he sees the crunching. And also, London's doing a brilliant job. So, when your teammate is doing this one, it's a touch of rival. You know you need every time. You can't relax with a little longer. In this game, you have to be perfect to get it right, which means that you're more likely to make mistakes. You have to think, can I take it perfect? Can I take a risk? So I think that's where the pressure's coming from. The other side of the other side of the guy that's coming in, which is the magic factor. He needed to keep finishing in front of the players, but realistically, he did. Now he's moving behind Arsenal, but now he's moving behind Lando. This is kind of the beginning of the end for his driving highways. I wouldn't count out into this. I would like to give a little bit further down the line that if we like, yes, it is, but anything's still to play for. Anything can happen. Oscar spinning on one of the tires between that and tomorrow. In the England Grand Prix, they have to start qualifying late in the cycle. It's getting tough. But Max is not going to give up and he's a red bull. Race tomorrow. That's chaos. You never know here in Brazil. Although the Constructors' Championship is done. When the part of the title is there, the battle races on behind for P2 and after a very strong run. What we're saying in the sprint race, they have overtaken Ferrari for P2 to Constructors' Championship. Here's what Tony Wolff had to say about their day. But Tota second and third in the sprint today. Another really encouraging performance from Mercedes. Yeah, first of all, I'm happy that Gabriel is in. He's okay. Was a nasty shot. Yeah, we had real pace. Probably quickest car today with the tire advantage towards the end. But happy to see that he was able to sneak in the Norris's gearbox, continue to put pressure on him, so that's good. Yeah, how much were you expecting Kimi to go for it in that scenario? Was he maybe looking at the bigger picture with these conditions? It's a risky move. No, I think he tried for it, to go for it, but you won't, launch like a big lunge to risk breaking your car, and he was clever. Well, we saw that Lando was having to deal with that pressure. McLaren actually said that they were surprised how quick Mercedes were in this sprint race. Were you surprised by how competitive you were? You never know, what to expect from these races. The cars seem to be oscillating in performance a lot. And in that respect, that was very good. At the ones it sort of saved chances going into qualifying and tomorrow's race. We might get some more stable conditions in the race tomorrow, but do you think it bodes well for the Grand Prix? Oh yeah, let's see how the weather. The wind picks up in the afternoon as predicted. That's definitely a factor. I will just need to stay both feet on the ground now. Look what was good on the car again. Maybe not tweak it too much for qualifying. Stay ahead and hopefully, be in a good position for tomorrow. And regardless of what happens in qualifying tomorrow, just to go back to his performance so far. What is it that makes him perform so well in sprint weekends? He just seems to hit the ground running. Yeah, in track that he doesn't always certain easiness maybe that comes with it. Managing his own expectations because he's very hard on himself. That's certainly a factor. Yeah, have you seen him stepping forward and improving during the year? Yeah, he's learning. Don't forget, he's just 19. Literally yesterday, 19 last month. That was a pretty Tarmanian, no clue of life, very naive of 19, and then you're being parachuted in this environment in Formula 1 with the pressure of everybody looking on you, is managing that well, and it needs growth, and that's happening. Actually, I think you can almost see the fatherly pride in John Howard when Kimi has a good day. Great run for the rookie, Chuck. I want to come to you on this because as a rookie in Formula 1, granted you were 19 when you were a rookie, but you came in newly won the championship. How do you rate the job that Kimi and frankly the rest of the rookie field's doing this year? The rookies are doing quite good in general. Something changed a few races ago, seems to be more focused, and you can see it on the track. But something hard has happened in the last 2 races. If you look at qualifying, he's just on the edge of not making it to Q2 twice, a few hundreds, 16s, 15. And after that, he wakes up. It's like a little scare of not making into Q2. Mason goes super fast. Then he has an amazing Q2, amazing Q3, then a great race, but it's really on that cusp every time. Another race crash side. I mean, wheel to wheel with his teammate really put the pressure on Lando Norris. That's an impressive thing to be doing at his age in these conditions. Yeah, much better today. I like the fact that he gets punchy with these guys. We've seen it already with just an accident with Max in Austria. But we saw it as well with Leclerc in Zandvoort. He's not got it right earlier on in the season, but now he's a bit better. He's had that experience, the knowledge, and he's positioned his car so well at the start there, just to usher Oscar towards the white line, but legally, and then to have the braking capacity as well to keep George behind. This is the restart there with Russell coming on the inside. Looked like George was going to be through, but Kimi knows he's on the dry part of the circuit as we know is, I'm just going to brake as late as I can. If you want to stay there, good luck. Now, that one was completely incident-free. We had that issue.
Okay, Chris caught up with Jonathan Wheatley as well. Jonathan, a painful race that one for Sauber. Both cars had instances, but let's talk about Gabriel, that huge crash at the end there. Just how is he at the moment? Yes, so I've spoken to medical centre, the manager, and at the moment it sounds like absolutely fine, no injuries at all. I mean, I think I should say, first of all, the incredible work the FIA have done in terms of safety, working with the teams, and you've just seen it today, you know, a crash of that magnitude, and for the driver to be fine to get out, go to the medical centre, and I'm sure he'll be ready for qualifying, just not sure about his car. Yeah, his car's just come back. I'm sure he's got a lot of work to do looking at that. Have you got any understanding of how that crash came about yet? Have you looked into the details? And Chris, a little bit, see, obviously we saw it happen, then waited for a relay, but then before you know it, your first thought is to make sure the driver's okay. That's what I focused on really after the session. Then, yeah, I'm sure we'll have a look at it, and looked like one of the biggest crashes I've seen for a while, frankly, and I'm just pleased that he was okay. And like I say, the safety standards in Formula One are so impressive. If I could ask you, what's the likelihood, do you think, of that car being able to be repaired inside the qualifying in such a short window, just 3 hours? Yeah, I mean, I don't even know, we haven't established that yet. Obviously, we're just going to build a new car. There's no time to mess around with the one that we have at the moment. I think just keep watching this space. And we saw Nico as well crashing out earlier on, unable that car repaired, but he was running quite competitively. So I feel like a bit of a missed opportunity so far, because you've looked quick. Yeah, I mean, look, we've got Nico ended up having to start from the back of the grid. At least we got the car repaired, we got a bit more information, you know, he did some running, dropped back a little bit. At one point you probably saw him charge the battery, went for a lap, gives him a bit more knowledge ahead of qualifying. And then with Gabriel, I mean, the main thing is he's okay, but yeah, it was not the sprint that we were hoping for. It just had huge shares of the crowd, so I think Gabriel's come out to give him a bit of a... But I guess you'd love to then back out there for qualifying to be able to perform in front of this entire crowd. Yeah, and I think for him it's a priority to get back in the car and get out there. We look forward to seeing how you get on with that. Tough luck today. Thank you. Never gets any easier seeing those images of that accident, but like you said, incredible safety here in Formula One. Now, from devastation to elation, your sprint winner, Lando Norris, we can hear from you. Lando, well done, you got the win. Kimi made you work hard for it at the end, but you must be pleased with another well-executed race for yourself. Yeah, for sure, to get the result. Of course, I would have wanted it to be a bit more straightforward. I think just the conditions, everything made it pretty nasty, just how wet it was on the hill on the first 2 laps. Made it pretty tricky, like it wasn't flat for the first 2 laps, so not the nicest feeling. Unjustified defense.
Ooh, somebody took that final circuit.
Right there.
And both of the birds are...
No fuel and slick tires.
Both of the channels currently running
First DRS.
He will be about 80.
Well, as long as he...
pretty much one straight up. Pitting the McLarens on. He should stay in the as a good match.
So as we can see, big points for Brandstar with their Patrick Kuro. Even bigger points for Aston Martin, getting third and sixth. Kakari getting first and second, getting the full amount of points that you can. Brian Drifter actually getting points from McLaren in 8th position.
And Kakari gets
And
first.
one again, a TDM fan getting some lower positions in 7th and 10th, but getting points per each. Low Fun Greg getting that 9th position, getting points presented. Rollway and Lance Joy with Lotus, however, not getting any points this round on their team, sadly.
Yogo finishes the race in the intermediates.
Gets an upgrade points for his team, which he was not able to get last week. And then we've had almost a good third of the drivers completely ruined. Let's see if we can get Alexander back in.
Okay. The drivers are now pulling up into the pen here. Not the playback.
I feel sometimes here, and just want to say people take care of everyone here at the track, at the factory, putting all the effort in, the community to be able to achieve something like this. I can't thank you all enough. Besides all
Cash can do it.
Yeah.
Looks like Patrick Rose got stuck on the podium for a while. Alright, he's still muted. Ooh, you can bring to Karen as well.
Yep. Okay, we have that there.
Muted.
Hello? There we go. Alright,
There's
sorry.
Karen. Now,
Yeah.
get out.
There we go.
Hey guys, welcome. Hello. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much.
So what was your mindset during those last few laps?
I was still shocked of Kakura's pace. Like he was going away. He was pulling away when the safety car restarted.
Yeah, I got to after the safety car when we decided to mix.
Like, I was expecting to get closer because of my fresher tires, but he actually went on and set the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, the pace was looking scary as well. And he was pulling about 1.2 seconds, I believe, every lap when the Dakar was still behind Professor. So it was really like the tires, they didn't make such a huge difference. So it was really looking like we lost the win in Stradivan.
Lap definitely. Speaking of Kakera, we have him in the pen now. Kakera is I think made those last couple of laps, that was amazing.
I don't know, I can't breathe. I'm serious, it's kind of a problem, but
Super close between you and Professor Block today. We were just screaming to see if you could get P2 again.
yeah, we didn't know if we were going to make it anyway. But I don't know, like at the restart, the safety car didn't really come into our favor. But after it, I had really, really good pace and managed to pull away from the field. I hit the bump thing like 3 times in 3 laps, and then I'm just, enough is enough hits. I don't know, and the rest is kind of a blur now. We'll have to rewatch what happened.
Full on.
We were following your battle every step of the way, all the way from P9 into P2. That was a very, very good recovery drive.
I don't know what you said, I'm a bit dizzy right now.
Take a breath. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and do the podium, so we'll see you guys out there.
Alright, see you man. Thank you. Yeah,
just enjoy your cool down. Alright, so that finishes off the C1 race with the Kakera getting those top few spots. Ferrari gonna get some real big points for that one.
You can see some F2 drivers in the background now. They're getting pretty eager. They want to get going.
I checked real quick. Yeah, that's going to be 25 plus 18. That's going to be what? 43 points for them?
I believe they were already 43 in the constructors.
Yeah, 43 points for Ferrari, Professor, and yeah, that's going to be 23 for Ashton. 12 for Brandstar, 10 for Audi. And here's the podium. Professor third, Karen second, into Care, taking number 1 spot.
Not much else to add other than a very big congratulations to both Ferrari drivers, dominant as they always are. The second win this season goes to Dakar for his second win this season. And also well done to Aston Martin and Professor Block, so got into P2 in the last final stage of the race and ended up in P3.
And that will finish us off for F1 today. Be sure to tune in for F2. But other than that, this has been me, Challegue, with D-Pod and Cashmere. Say goodbye.
Thank you for watching.
Bye, guys.
We'll see you for F1 this time next week. Goodbye.
Break.
amateur with Julian Palmer. You called it. What did you see so much of me? It's a massive pressure. We're sitting up in the transits and the construction fleet. You can just hear everyone screaming and you're like, what's happening? And I was looking down and just seeing Cortellotto and Albon swapping places. I think he's going for the move. He's trying to catch Albon late. DRS open and as he's doing that with the DRS, with the obviously the steering movement, and he's coming across the wet part of the track. Then here's the brakes, he's just so
First carrera prix. Vamos, Sarge. Race line.
It's pretty exciting racing, and I think we had different deployment strategies. I was faster down the back straight, they were then faster in turn one, and it was really challenging to get those, just to pull away, and all at the same time trying to manage the front left tyre because it's really cold out there. That turn one is so long, you just push it too hard for one lap and you can kill that tyre. So you're sort of managing all of these different aspects, but I really enjoyed the race.
Very well done. Thank you. George Shaw will come to you. It was a very eventful one for you. What pleased you most about the performance of the car?
The car. The results is not really what I'm looking at, and it's not what satisfies me because P2 is...
He's not going to be able to make qualifying.
Top step at the podium.
I can't imagine the team of mechanics repairing that car. Probably the tub is done as well, so a new tub, new work, so Zipping starts on the pit lane tomorrow. I mean, you can see even the steering column was broken, the wheel was moving up and down. I mean, that was a catastrophic. You're 200 miles per hour there. It's the end of a massive run up the hill to make qualifying. I can't imagine that the team of mechanics
Welcome to Ferrari.
pairing that car. Probably the tub is done as well, so a new tub, new work, so Zipping starts on the pit lane tomorrow. I mean, you can see even the steering column was broken, the wheel was moving up and down. I mean, that was a catastrophic. You've been at 200 miles per hour there. It's the end of a massive run up the hill in the slipstream with the DRS in the dam, not slowing down at all. Once here, I mean, maybe a little bit off the inside wall, but it's destroyed. Yeah, tough break for the... Unluckily caught the front wing of Bortoletto's crash that dropped him down to 17. Luckily it wasn't collected though, as that car was spinning out of control.
coming through sector 2 now. The names will start popping up on the timing sheets as we go through sector 3, that starts just now. We've got the first 3 people going through there, just before the chicane there. I wonder if anyone dying here, like we saw in F1. There's a dash. Just wait and see what the race director Fastest decides to do with this predicament, because only 6 people have showed up on the timing tower, and there are a lot more than 6 cars in front of our eyes. Spinning problem and epic task at the back in the Alpine that has just gone round on the formation there. Went over a crate that went over. Oh my days. last time. I'm going to see 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. See me. So enough.
Yeah, well, we've got 3 extra each time, so maybe 2 more formation laps, so we might get that. Without retesting.
I'm going to quote faster, who's just told us, yeah, there's some complication.
quite boring. So this is all about. You look at the leaderboard. more interesting. Hopefully his version is corrected.
Yeah. Should now say tri-state.
You, just you, building your ass. On base 44.
Killian. Heavily procured on sunscreen. Yeah, it's called completo. Oh, yeah, they got some better through the gates. Now this is flying in cars. What do you say, people? Gaming is okay at the moment, there's just no cars in there, so I'm sure that will impact. You can stream your city.
Yeah, that actually looks right, by the way. Okay. That's only one car out of multiple cars. I mean, what FPS are you running at? Or is it smooth? My question is, what graphics setting are you running at? I'm currently running at half, just to test out. Yeah, okay. Alright. Probably go up one notch, I'm not sure. Let me see, I'll take a look at what that looks like at the moment. I think Roblox on here is limited to 30 FPS, but I'm not sure because it looks smoother than that. Roblox is limited to 30 on the Windows 10 app, I think, but it looks smoother. So I'm not sure. I'm limited to 60, I don't know. Are we good to go? Voice is everything to see you. I'm watching it. Yeah. Well, you can tell me if you're good to go. I can't see it yet. This is fine to me. Of course, this is just going to be one person. Yeah. Does it look too bad? Probably start soon. We should probably be starting soon. Yeah. Good go. Yeah. Hello everyone, and welcome to the first qualifying and free race for the second round of Final Formula 1 Season Break. We're in South Korea this week. Come to watch the Cashwares. Welcome to us live via Discord Law with Challegue, the Grand Star team owner. What's going on, guys? Good to meet you. What's going on, guys? So there's not much going on at the moment. We're just going to say the countdown of the round. But we are getting ready for the ninth out of the invasion of the spring in about 10 minutes time. Sorry for any sort of interruptions we might have been having getting this sprint, but we should be running smoothly today. So, as I said before, probably to hear that, but we had a few changes last week. Now the teams have actually changed their names. We have had a team change ownership, and that is that Another Pelican no longer holds the ground. The new owner is going to be Mexico. He's going to be running over Brian Griffith, a new racer for the league, and 978, I believe that is 879. Also now, but we also have a change of the brand star from drivership. Captain Bo is no longer with them due to the fact that he's going to be going primarily with F2, running in the Centaur GP, looking to get a podium position. But in his replacement is going to be Relander Bob. He's been running the lower league areas. Hopefully we'll make it a better spot today for 10 days back in last time. Today we're going to be on the Suwon circuit in South Korea. We're looking at rain. There's been a bit of rain for the free practice sessions. We've got to be at least 90% of the free practice. However, that rain has stopped. It will be decreasing throughout this race. Right now we're at 35%. We'll expect to get it dry at least halfway through the race. We'll see what's going to be happening and happening with these strategies today. We'll see what's going to be happening and happening with these strategies today. Also, at the end of this race. Anyways, anything you do good, let's say that we'll start this race up. We now have front wings that can be fixed during the pit stops. Last weekend, that wasn't an option to the driver. Now it's available to them. So we should see some strategical pit stops and pit stops based on the skates the driver installed. An interesting dynamic added. Look at it.
Stop swinging with thumbs and sweet, but you keep not Round 3 of Season 1 of the Iron Formula Retro. The Iron Formula 2010, we're just about to get on the way for the 35-lap race. And following behind on the back of him is Critical Loop and sorry, not Outbound. Outbound is having the best of starts, but Masi is in the wall and he might be out. He's out of the race, so that's the first retirement. On lap 1, we've already got one retirement. Masi is out of the race. So Ben in the lead and safely now, got to his teammate 1.6. It goes Ben, Roger, the third, Critical Loop, Alcott, and Mancho. Those are the 6 riders still in the race. Mancho far behind anyone else, 6 seconds separating him and the next car is Alcott, and then KL still in the back. Everyone on the red tires with 73% front-quarter currently, with Ben on his own, leading, extending his gap to his teammate. Wet conditions really favoring the Fox Motorsport team. Maratia in the other car is getting a citizen violation. And I'm not really sure if guys in the back. With its Foxy in the jacket, he wanted to not start the race. That's going to affect him greatly. Let's go, Ben leads. That's a lot of Foxy here in the jacket. Maratia again. Gallant constantly growing between him and his teammate 2.5 last time in life. Losing time to Raja, so currently it's 1-2 for Fox Motorsports, seemingly the best team in the wet currently. I'm expecting a couple of retirements, especially if there's one for fortunately only 6 riders. Going very aggressively towards Raja, I think a mistake has been made for Ben, who has lost time to the next car. That might just be glitched in the timing. Coming up to lap 3, still Ben leading, still Raja, but it's about to change. It's starting to look like he wants to make a move. Get the DRS open, that's a questionable decision in the running, but Ben still in the back of the other Fox Motorsports car. First major braking zone of the circuit. It looks like he's got a better run through the corner. And Fox, best of exits, side by side. That's actually been a beautiful race. Here we go, this is the third. Trying to make a move onto Ratia. Side by side, 4 times apparently going to the time and separating them. That is not what it looks like at the track, and that's the third. Now, into P2, ahead of Ratia, breaking that 1-2 for the Fox Motorsports team, but round He's going to want to attack, try and get the position back, and he's hit the wall, trying to chase him down, but they're side by side into the hairpin. Dice hairpin, affectionately known now. Got that slipstream, and he's going to be making a move. It's this final chicane, side by side. It's hard to tell who's ahead. Looks like it's going to be the third. That's always a time line though, aren't you? Might be running a bit of a lower down for a settle. Gaining time, but the third, using the nearest deployment, is now going to get a big gap, bigger gap to Raja than what he had before. These two side by side, their hands are breaking so they're within each other. The third hit the wall on the outside, he's going very wide from his corner. Heading towards the last section of the track, the third going very deep into the hairpin chicane. Is not going to do anything as Outguard looking to get past the third on the straight, but no, he's going to slow down, so he's going to be out of this fight for P2. The third, both Raja and the third hitting the wall on the exit turn. On the very looking point to have any damage on the third on the back. Taking a wider line through that hairpin, he can get a better exit in the third. I think he's got a head based on Raja hitting the wall. As we head towards the Royal Dice Club, and it looks like the third. Let's go! Now he's hit the wall, he's almost spun round, and now back side by side again. Mistake is made. Going past each other, the other car makes another mistake. This is just going to be a battle of attrition, trading places hesitantly throughout the track. It looks like Raja and Fox into the hairpin, slightly ahead. It's going to get a better exit into the tunnel. And that's the third. Now back into P3. Started that sector in P2. The eyes open. Might be looking to make a move, or hopefully. ahead, but he goes wide, hits the wall.
a few seconds down the line. Makes a move on Ferdinand, who's ahead of his teammate, and now maybe he...
But they're battling with each other, which is slowing them down. They have that sort of... But he has got race. Try and get past all of but it's something. Well, ASM has just gone. It's going to be really tough here. He's got 2.9% and he's got to make it another. Dylan is looking at 7.1. I don't know if he will win. I'm fairly sure he will now.
I'd say a lap and a quarter left.
Really, really impressive. And what a shot! What a shot!
racing. Starting here, as usual, in Australia, the Australian GP is in fact as shown in F1, the only venue to have this ground number. So opening ground number for more than 2 seasons, hosting ground one in season 1, season 2, season 3, and now in season 4. Looking like a very close contention for qualifying as expected from FP3. Currently Noah Gaming on top, followed by Lewis 1, and then followed by Boyd Crafter, following a similar pattern which we had previously in FP3. So as you can tell, a tight contention and a possible tight championship fight going on. As we there see British aviator, the race director, calling how many laps there will be for the sprint race.
Sorry about that. So it should be there.
significant.
couldn't tell.
Issue
over. Maybe we were, a little bit further down the line, then it would be like, yes, it is. But anything still to play for, anything can happen. Oscar spinning on. The McLarens could do that tomorrow in the Grand Prix. They had a disaster in qualifying later. So it's getting tougher for him, but Max is not going to give up on either round.
And the probability of a wet race tomorrow, that's chaos. So who knows? You never know. You never know here in Brazil. Although the Constructors' Championship battle is done, McLaren are the title winners there. The battle rages on behind for P2, and after a very strong run for Mercedes in the sprint race, they have overtaken Ferrari for P2 in the Constructors' Championship. Here's what Toto Wolff had to say about their day.
Toto second and third in the sprint today, and that was a really encouraging performance from Mercedes.
Yeah, first of all, I'm happy that carrera is in really good. It was a nasty shot. Yeah, we had real pace. Probably quickest car today, obviously with the higher advantage towards the end. But happy to see that he was able to stick in Norris's gearbox, continue to push pressure on him, so that's good.
Yeah, how much were you expecting Kimi to go for it in that scenario, or is he maybe looking at the bigger picture with these conditions? It's a risky move.
No, I think he tried to go for it, but you won't, launch like a big launch to risk breaking your car, and he was clever.
Well, we saw that Fernando was having to deal with the pressure. McLaren actually said that they were surprised how quick Mercedes were in this sprint race. Were you surprised by how competitive you were?
You never know, what to expect from these races. The cars seem to be oscillating in performance a lot, and in that respect, that was very good.
And what does it sort of say here, chances going into qualifying and tomorrow's race? We might get some more stable conditions in the race tomorrow, but do you think it bodes well for the Grand Prix?
Oh yeah, I mean, let's see whether the wind picks up in the afternoon as predicted. That's definitely a factor. I would just need to stay both feet on the ground now, look what was good on the car, and maybe not tweak it too much or qualifying, stay ahead, and hopefully, be in a good position for tomorrow.
And regardless of what happens in qualifying and tomorrow, just a word on Kimi and his performance so far. What is it that makes him perform so well at sprint weekends? He just seems to hit the ground running.
Yeah, on a track that he doesn't know, it's a certain easiness maybe that comes with it, managing his own expectations because he's very hard on himself. That's certainly a factor.
Yeah, have you seen him stepping forward and improving during the year?
Yeah, he's learning, don't forget, he's just 19. I mean, literally yesterday, 19 last month. I was a pretty idiot with no clue of life, very naive of 19, and then you're being parachuted in this environment in Formula 1 with the pressure, everybody looking on you. He's managing that well, and it needs growth, and that's happening.
You can almost see the fatherly pride in Toto Wolff when Kimi has a good day. Great run for the rookie, John. I want to come to you on this because as a rookie in Formula 1, granted you weren't 19 when you were a rookie, but you came in nearly won the championship. How do you rate the job that Kimi and frankly the rest of the rookie field is doing this year?
It's quite good in general. Something changed a few races ago. He seems to be more focused, and you can see it on the track. But something wrong has happened in the last two races. If you look at qualifying, he's just on the edge of not making it to Q2 twice, by a few hundreds, 16th, 15th. And after that, he wakes up. It's like that little scare of not making it to Q2 makes him go super fast. Then he has an amazing Q2, amazing Q3, and then a great race. But it's really on that cuts every time.
Kind of racecraft stuff. I mean, wheel to wheel with his teammate, really putting the pressure on Lando Norris. That's an impressive thing to be doing at his age in these conditions.
Yeah, much better today. I like the fact that he gets punchy with these guys. We've seen it already with, it was just an accident with Max in Austria. But we saw it as well with Leclerc in Zandvoort. He's not got it right earlier on in the season, but now he's a bit better. He's had that experience, the knowledge, and he's positioned his car so well at the start there, just to usher Oscar towards the white line, but legally, and then to have the braking capacity as well to keep George behind. This is the restart there with Russell coming down the inside. It looked like George was going to be through, but Kimi knows he's on the dry part of the circuit there, so he knows, I'm just going to brake as late as I can, and if you want to stay there, good luck.
Now, lap one wasn't completely incident-free. We had that issue with Ollie Behrman, and he lost him down into turn 4. You called it in the booth. Maybe racing incident. First, maybe you thought Behrman, then maybe racing
racing incident. Let's take a look at it now, and Alice, tell us what you saw.
Yeah, I think I agree with Joe in the racing incident because I think Behrman he knew he was slow down the straight and he should have given Lawson a bit more racing room. And it always goes back to who's ahead at the apex, which is why we often see drivers sort of lift off and cruise through, but it wasn't going to fit both of them around there in that proximity, so I agree with Joe in the racing incident.
And after something like that, because of the red flag, the sort of reset, Ollie ended up actually P12, recovering right in front of Lawson P13. That probably made him feel pretty good.
Yeah, I'm sure he was very upset because he felt he had the corner. He was on the outside. He gave enough room on the inside, and Lawson just understeered into it. So I don't agree with both of you on that one. But it's a first lap incident. Normally they're more Clement on that one. And we saw, take Monza, Behrman on the inside was in a sign, so he got a penalty. And it was a similar situation. So it's.
But in the conditions, though, I think because it's damp, you've got to give a little bit more space than just the racing line. In my opinion, you're taking a risk to turn in.
It didn't go any wider. It was right on the edge, going to the curb. There was more than a car width on the inside. Lawson had the space to not get on the gas and to give him the space.
And obviously Lawson was shot on the grass a little bit. That definitely would have cooled his tyres down slightly. That's if I was saying that's what I was saying. Right, that's
You're going deep in this one. We're going to temperature, you know. We're going to see what the stewards say later on because they've both got to go and see. So we'll see which side of the coin they land.
Yeah, because that's the other thing. I mean, I think it's almost two separate incidents. The defense of Behrman was maybe a bit on the edge, putting Lawson all the way on the grass. I don't know how you saw that.
Yeah, it looked it. It's a tough one. Was Lawson heading to the grass because the space was going to shut, so it was optimistic to go for it? Or was he already there and then started closing the space? To be honest, I'd need to see it again from Lawson's onboard to see if it was sort of a foolish attempt or a pretty brutal chop from Behrman. But it just shows that, for me, Ollie knows he's there. He's turned in. He was plumb alongside the inside on the way into the corner. I know Lawson's not fully locked up. It's lap one. It's tight racing. It's a small contact and then a bigger contact. I think it's unlucky in the notch, but like I said, we'll see what the stewards say.
We'll see what they say indeed. All right, Jeff, you have many hats you're wearing. You've got to go this week, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Another team that had a strong day yesterday, converted it into a decent result today is Aston Martin. They have now drawn level with Sauber level with Racing Bulls in the Constructors' Championship after the run from Fernando Alonso in the sprint. Let's hear from him.
Fernando, you gave it a very good go to keep both Ferraris behind you, just missing out to Charles at the end, but you must be pleased with that showing and the fight that you put up out there.
Yeah, I think so. I think 3 points for us is obviously they are very welcome, and it was a tough morning here. You know, we didn't have things easy from the beginning. You know, our box from the grid P5 and P7, both Astons were quite wet compared to anyone else. So we lost a little bit of momentum in the start of the first one, and then on the red flag, I think we were on the good tire, the medium. Some people started with the soft, and then after the red flag, we have to choose, you know, what tire to put. Obviously, we don't have unlimited mediums to fit for tomorrow, and we have to switch. So the people starting on the soft went on the medium, and the people starting on the medium like us went on the soft, and I think it was a little bit of a disadvantage.
Interesting that everyone, for the most part, that started on one tire went to the other. Is that kind of a function of wanting to get some information on both heading into tomorrow?
I would say so. Yeah, I would say you always look at McLaren when they made that switch in the red flag that it was probably going to tail off towards the end. Of course, they didn't expect Mercedes to be as fast, but data gathering, particularly on these sprint weekends with only one free practice, if you get an opportunity like that, that's why they usually take it.
Yeah, why not take it? We heard on the radio that Aston Martin was telling Fernando Alonso to start lifting and coasting as early as lap 15. He's having a good little battle with Max during that restart, but what could be causing a lift and coast call in a sprint race?
I think he's protecting the rear tyres. So I think lifting coast, there's two reasons for it. You're saving fuel or you're looking after your tyres. He was on the softs, and so when you're lifting coast, you just don't put the peak energy through the brakes, through the tyres, and it's your most effective way of backing off in the high speed. So I imagine it's a bit like Lando. We heard him struggling with the rears. You lift the coast, you take away that peak energy, and you've got to be careful where you do it because you don't want to be going lifting, coasting, cruising into a corner. You got a Ferrari right behind you. So he's experienced enough to know when to do it and when not to. But I'm sure it'll be time management that he's thinking about.
Yeah, it was a great little battle there, like we were saying with Max Verstappen. Managed to keep him behind. Didn't quite have the pace to catch the Mercedes and threat for the podium, but damage limitation going from P6 to P4.
Let's hear from Verstappen now.
Max, I know you weren't very happy with the car yesterday. Mixed conditions today didn't feel any better, and at least some important points on the board for you today.
No, it was the same. I think we still maximize the results, so I guess that's positive. But of course, if we want to be more competitive, we need to find something now before qualifying. So we'll have a look what we can do.
Difficult day for Max Verstappen. Again, he says the car didn't change. Makes sense. Apart from your rules, they can't do anything to it overnight, but hopefully some changes that they can make to qualifying.
Yeah, it sounds like he'll be making a few changes, won't it? Because he's struggling in that mid-sector. He obviously was purple yesterday in sector 1 during qualifying. That's just a straight, pretty much, and then turn 1, 2, 3. So they've got to dig deep into the data. We obviously heard from Chris earlier. He was saying that he's not particularly happy with the Mexico floor that they put on. It's not working here. But Red Bull have said, look, give it till after the sprint race. We'll dive even deeper into the data. We'll try and make some changes, because when it does work, it'll be quick.
They're very good at making changes and finding time, Red Bull. We saw Ferrari do it drastically in Austin, getting a podium in the end from absolute pittance in the sprint. Max as well took a step in the race from the sprint. So I think he could be back in contention. It just depends on what everyone else does, but they can certainly find what they've been fixing. They couldn't do that, of course, before the sprint. You can't firm their rules. That doesn't apply now. Like you say, Max is always in contention too, isn't he? If you make him a little bit happier in the race car, he can do some great things. We saw at the top of the show that massive accident in turn 1 for Gabriel Bortoletto. We can confirm he's been checked over by the medical staff and released. He is okay. Chris caught up with Jonathan Wheatley as well.
Jonathan, a painful race that one for Sauber. Both cars having incidents, but let's talk about Gabriel, that huge crash at the end there. Just how is he at the moment?
Yeah, so I've spoken to the medical centre, the manager. At the moment it sounds like absolutely fine, no injuries at all. I mean, I think I should say, first of all, the incredible work the FIA have done in terms of safety, working with the teams, and you've just seen it today, a crash of that magnitude, and for the driver to be fine to get out, go to the medical centre, and I'm sure he'll be ready for qualifying, just not sure about his car.
Yeah, his car's just come back. I'm sure you've got a lot of work to do looking at that. Have you got any understanding of how that crash came about yet? Have you looked into the details?
Chris, a little bit soon. Obviously, we saw it happen and then waited for a replay, but then before you know it, your first thought is to make sure the driver's okay. That's what I focused on really after the session, and yeah, I'm sure we'll have a look at it. And look like one of the biggest crashes I've seen for a while, frankly, and I'm just pleased that he was okay. And like I say, the safety standards in Formula 1 are so impressive.
If I can ask you, what's the likelihood, do you think, of that car being able to be repaired in time for qualifying? It's such a short window of just 3 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. We haven't established that yet. Obviously, we're just going to build a new car. There's no time to mess around with the one that we have at the moment. I think just keep watching this space.
We saw Nico as well crashing out earlier on. I know you got that car repaired, but he was running quite competitively. Does it feel like a bit of a missed opportunity so far? Because he looked quick.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got Nico ended up having to start from the back of the grid. At least we got the car repaired, we got a bit more information, he did some running, dropped back a little bit at one point, you probably saw, charged the battery, went for a lap, gives him a bit more knowledge ahead of qualifying, and then with Gabriel, I mean, the main thing is he's okay, but yeah, it was not the sprint that we were hoping for.
We just had a huge shift of crowd. I think Gabriel's come out to give them a bit of a wave, so that's really great to see, but I guess you'd love to have him back out there for qualifying to be able to perform in front of this Interlagos crowd.
Yeah, and I think for him it's a priority to get back in the car and get out there.
We look forward to seeing how you get on with that. Tough luck today.
Thank you.
Never gets any easier seeing those images of that accident, but like you said, incredible safety here in Formula 1. Now, from devastation to elation, your sprint winner, Lando Norris, we can hear from you.
Lando, well done. You got the win. Kimi made you work hard for it at the end, but you must be pleased with another well-executed race from your side.
Yeah, for sure. To get the result, of course, I would have liked it to be a bit more straightforward. I think just the conditions, everything made it pretty nasty. Just how wet it was on the hill on the first few laps made it pretty tricky. Like it wasn't flat for the first 2 laps, so not the nicest feeling. And just the fact that the Mercedes were very quick. Both Kimi and George. And Kimi came under pressure the whole race, so not. I was just expecting us to be a little better, honestly. We're not that fast, especially when it gets a bit cooler and the tyres are a bit harder to get into the grid window. Mercedes are very quick. So we'll see what we can do later to try and get in a little bit more time.
session here this afternoon. Let's take a quick look at the schedule so you can get a sense of when everything is happening today and into tomorrow. We have a pre-qualifying show kicking off at 2:30 local into our GP qualifying at 3. Stick around for the post-race show, post-qualifying show rather, and then on Sunday, of course, pre-race show kicking off at 1 p.m. local time for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix at 2. Have a nice cast with us for the post-race show. Exactly everything that happens, but we can only assume it's going to be another exciting edition of the race here at Interlagos. All right, guys, we have the sprint in the books, GP qualifying coming up. What are your thoughts on today already and what's coming up this afternoon?
Oscar needs to try and gather himself. Mercedes, I was surprised with their pace. And Lando, he'll be having a very happy lunch.
I imagine he will be having that, but not too happy. They're always stressed in between the sessions, aren't they? I mean, you can be happy for about 10 minutes, but it's right back to work.
He barely looked happy as he was walking past us. He's already thinking Mercedes are quick, Oscar's going to go. And also, let's take a reality check. There's 4 races and 1 sprint left. And the gap at the front of the championship is single digits. You know, this could so easily flip on its head again later today, tomorrow, and the rest of the season. So I know you have to keep pressing forward. If you're Oscar, to regroup. Who on earth knows if Max can find the pace to get himself in the mix as well?
But I think it's always nice when your teammate is struggling. You do like to see it, whether you're friends with them or not, particularly when you're in a championship battle. And your teammates crash, you gain more points in the championship. It does fill you with confidence, and we've seen that in the past couple of races. The confidence really does seem to be with Lando, but of course, like Jody just said,
it's a mental game as well. They'll be in the meetings together afterwards. Lando wants to seem like everything's so easy for him. Nothing's a problem. This is so easy. They must stride. He wants to make this thing. Oscar's thinking. Lando has got this hooked up. How quite possibly beat him. All of that's going on behind the scenes. Interesting mind game. Drivers playing like they're the throes of a championship battle. Well, the sprint race is done and dusted. Lando Norris, former player, drum lights the flag, extends his lead to 9 points in the Drivers' Championship. Grand Prix qualifying coming up a little later today. Just a few hours time. Make sure you join us here on F1 TV for that. Thanks so much.
This is Brazil. Welcome to the complete racing of horses taking place racing in Sao
Because now they're driving right, mainly because they want
Do you think Loma Day will be able to clinch that out?
Well, Loma Day is now fine. They may be able to get a faster lap time. Just depends if they can really hook it up into qualifying, as we saw in Australia.
Así es. Así que bueno, pues todo el mundo sabe. Sí, señores, así es. Además de que los coches pues, están preparados pues ya estamos listos. Pero bueno, pues ahorita viene vamos ya,
It's very close to the start, so I'd be surprised if it's...
I'm not saying
I don't even know if we have it.
It's wider than the track is, so it's better.
Still haven't seen what
Those of you just joining us, we did it for service.
people, the professor,
Just frozen.
Oh, there's a BMW. Which BMW is that? They just went off slightly. Was that Fenenjaster? Fenenjaster.
Look like a crash.
No, a Fenenjaster just dived.
It's still. That aren't too far behind him, so he's going to have to pick it up. 30 seconds before they start getting on him.
Yeah, it's.
30% track record.
Oh, we're going to have to come in, Greg. We're going to have to come in and finally look at those. He's going to be, oh my god, past P8 at least. Nobody would have expected that. Carrera, perfect second. Oh, look at Carrera! Carrera is sliding! Oh, it's storming down the inside. Is he going to pass the red star? Oh, it's so hard to see because of the vision gap. Car number 28, 54. Second veil. How long is that going to last? Wouldn't be surprised if it's not for long, but for a moment, it's not a great start in the lead. but it's a title.
There's just nothing there. There's nothing to be said.
It's so so close. What to tell? It's moving back.
I think 40% struggles in the medias. About 60%, I believe. However, we'll be seeing the track sometime during this race.
So hard to slide.
There it is. This is going to be a big track. Will he be able to get it? Oh, he's... It's hard to tell because of the line they're taking, but it seems like he's still trying to go for that second position, but he has not gotten it yet. But if the carrera makes any more turns into that, he will be able to take advantage of that. As for everybody else, I think they're still running clean. No wrecks to report. Somebody had a fast one. I can't see everywhere else, even though we're in a helicopter.
Not East Build, it's East Sliders and the carrera.
And so is East. This is a fight for first. This is a three-way fight for first.
It's so close.
This is the Queen, Chick Hicks, and King fight.
Well, East Sliders is the Toyota. It's like a pinky red. So I'm going to say. Still in contention for that position, though. Carrera has all the way.
Multiple times. Let's start looking at the best rest of the grid, though. I'm seeing a bit of a fight between critical move and an out. I think that might be a
Let's have a look. No, I'm trying to understand. Maybe.
Yeah, we didn't see it.
Bueno, pues a seguir con las actividades. Vamos a ver Vamos a ir por
P1, P2, P3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or at least maybe 5 seconds between each other. So one small mistake, you see you're losing so many. Hang on a second, we're seeing a bit of a fight between carrera and John.
Photos coming to the pits.
It looks like they're going to keep it safe and careful race what they saw Professor Boxer also Ben and Jack. That's what I think. Challegue and carrera.
P13, P14, you just have to really look at it.
Carrera east and going chicane to DRS zone 2. East has DRS. Critical new going in the grass. He really wants those positions. He's in P4. We're trying to catch up with the rest of the group. Not only that, but we have both counties.
Wait, is he there? No. I thought he's just stood out and my eyes were tripping me.
Luminde's out of the race.
Luminde must have disconnected at some point. I just didn't notice.
Might have. As of now, it seems as though 16 drivers are on the racetrack. 17. Full plug still out there. Midday crashed in the pit lane because I am seeing a front wing right on that pit entry. And not only that, oh, hang on a second, yeah, little Midday's cars right on the grid. He was on the starting grid. So this might say the reason. It must have been very reasonable. It is in grass, so as long as somebody doesn't slide off, they should be fine. But if somebody does crash into it, that is something. But as you can see, I'm sure exactly how it happened. We might replay of that from somebody else's point of view. Oh, there's a spin off of turn 2. That's going to be dancing.
Rejoin the track. Now dropping track.
Wait a second. I'm seeing Carrera. I'm seeing Critical Loop. I'm seeing East. Did that.
Oh, East is going again. I got it wrong. It looked like East was going round. My eyes keep tricking me.
Where did that go? Did he hit the tires? Oh, there he is. I see him right in front of the
26 seconds now.
So you wait for it and that both did some fits new tires. We'll see if Carrera, Critical, and East do the same for this one. Critical. critical any. Carrera is now, it's right behind that. Wait and see, they may have been breaking. It's kind of intermediate time. Straight down, maybe Carrera will be able to get an undercut and get a unfold at the end of this 60 laps or so. It has been absolute. Aviation chant having some problems. It's critical units.
Units disconnected, so is aviation chant.
Oh Lord. Studies KR is disconnected. Yeah, it's disconnected.
So now
aviation disconnected from this race. The top 15 are now the only cars racing.
And we're going to see if critical move any Slayer do go for those pits. Maybe they're waiting to see how the weather changes. Because if it starts drying out, they might say,
1.6, and I'm bringing up like this heavy, who did very well in IA today. That is definitely something Shady would want to be interviewed on, but possibly could get a contact. But it seems like a great start. That's currently the 1-2, but Dino is going to try and pick up on them.
Dino is improving, and considering that Dino's best time is about 10th behind Brandstar's second best time, Dino could easily break into this Brandstar 1-2 here. So Gene and Fane are going to have to be looking very, very carefully to see what the E-Spirit does. Going now through Sector 2, going to be approaching the timing zone to start Sector 3 very shortly. What is going to happen? Is it going to go green? Is it going to go purple? Is it going to go yellow? It goes yellow.
10K also just said ASD. Actually, one of the bench. One of the Venessis is green in both sectors. Let's see how this lot's going to be. Last time we saw someone said both in sectors. They said
maybe ahead of McLaren. Oh, but that McLaren with X-Hands to make does set up purple sector 1. What can this white car do? Only improves to 6th. What can the McLaren do with 4 minutes and 17 seconds remaining of qualifying?
Yeah, Dino seems to have possibly, let's see, Keith does not approve it. We'll see if he goes to another lap. And Tebas, who we just mentioned about getting his first podium in Hydro, seems to be going very well, setting in green sector 1. Let's see how, once we pass the timeline, let's see. He says that green sector that could be very good for pole here. It's very good for Henry.
Is this car going to go to the front row? Is this car going to go to pole? Oh no, it's not! They just slid like their teammate British Coater. Ex-Hantermain just slid out of turn. I think that's 11.
Deep up, but we don't know how good that first sector is. That could be, his first sector could be amazing. Well, the second sector, you really need to see here.
Oh, we just need to see what's going to happen in third as they cross the line now.
Oh, and Kevin's purchase is now. Oh,
only fifth.
Kevin's two green sectors messes up his left sector. I will add one of them. Let's see if XX can set another purple sector, yellow, green. Either one, no, only yellow. But still, he could still improve, as the last sector wasn't that good. 10K Red Team is also improving in the other E-Spirit. Teammate he goes to P7.
This is Gordon May, P16 in the General Electric car.
Yes, it seems like the highest qualifying X21 that I've ever seen. Grady is currently in P7, an improvement in the X21. He just got like close to earlier today. As it seems like X8 just said he wants up to set up his last second so as Grady spends on the chicane and seems to walk. As Adam's skill does have the 97 of Adam's skill does have a green sector 1. Let's see how those laps are going to turn out. So he goes to the right onto the straight with Slipstream here. This would be very good for him as Slipstream was a big factor in last week's race. As he goes into the left hand turn and brakes,
3 points is for pole position, so Gene is currently going to be getting a whopping 3 points for, I think their teammate
green sector 1 and green sector 2 messes up his lap. That's going to be the end of his qualifying.
Yes, so 3 points currently going to Gene in 20 seconds, unless when the checkered flag drops, someone can improve. Gene in sector 2.
As you said, Gene is going very consistently. Maybe he wasn't pushing or getting ready for this lap.
So a yellow sector 1, a purple sector 2. Is it going to be an improvement? 2 seconds, 1 second, and the qualifying checkered flag is out, so no more new laps can be started. Dino goes 3rd fastest, ASDH goes 9th fastest. What's going to happen to Gene's lap? Is it going to be an improvement? Yes, it is! A 121.126 for the brand start. What's going to happen to Fengy? Will anyone be able to try and get better than the brand star's time? They've gone into the pits because they have abandoned their lap because they did mess up at the chicane. FOX goes P4 for 97 Cognizant. Wow!
As you see, 17 on top and moving the track, but it's Coda sets a green sector 1 of course all the way down to the 18. Sets a green sector 2. I don't expect it to go all the way up in pole, but could run the top 10 in a very good lap. Well, it's going very wide now. Shouldn't do anything yet.
Sube, sube, sube.